Oh boy. Alright. First minute of the stream, I already accidentally pulled out my headphone jack. Awesome. Well, for those of you who are watching the VOD, welcome back. We are going to be finally completing this illustration. It's been, I don't know, it's been at least a month since I've started this thing, so I think it's about time that we finished it. But first things first, I should do my due diligence as a somewhat content creator and inform my Discord group that we are streaming. And there we go. All the peeps are informed. Hello! Good morning! I did not... It feels odd to say good morning as it's 8:30 at night for me, but if it's morning for you, I'm glad. Good morning. We are gonna be completing this illustration today. Finally. I just need to remember... Oh, I'm not in the correct... There we go. I was about to say I was gonna get lost in all of the layers. And I realized that was a different doc. Okay. I'm very tempted to start coloring the characters, but I do think I need to finish coloring the background before I really commit to the characters. Do I have a separate line art layer for the characters? Yep. Alright, let's finish the background coloring so that the characters make sense. Alright. How's your week been? In holidays? Hopefully they were good. Mine were pretty interesting. Not as interesting as Thanksgiving, but we don't need things to be as interesting as Thanksgiving. That was the bad kind of interesting. We won't go into the details. Just I think you can picture it's just the normal thing that happens. You run into family drama. Should probably zoom in. Help with precise coloring. Oh, exciting thing. I check, it's been an idea I've had for a while. I wanted to apply to just go to a Comic-Con and be part of an artist alley, because I thought that would be fun. And my school has run sales kind of like that before, and I did pretty decent the last one I went to. So I figured I could up the ante and go to one that had a bigger demographic. So I was gonna apply to it like months ago, because I figured I need to get in as soon as possible. But they weren't accepting people until... They didn't open it up until like this week. So that's what I spent today doing. Applying for Comic-Con Artist Alley. And then also just figuring out what kind of budget I would need for it. That's the hardest part about going towards a artist alley. You have to pre-stock everything. So you can't just sell as you go, you have to buy everything and then sell it, and hope that you sold enough to cover the cost of buying everything to begin with. And then, hopefully at that point, turn a profit. It's probably where the adage, you can't make money unless you spend money, come from. Because that would make a lot more sense than most applications of that saying. Welcome everyone who is joining the stream. We are finishing the interior illustration for the ice cream shop, as you can probably guess by the title. And I say we're finishing, because we are finishing this thing today. I don't care how late we're staying here, we are finishing it, because we need to work on something else. Not sure what that other thing will be, but I think we need to move on to a different aspect of either. It could be anything. We could figure out more about when it rains. We need something different. Or at least I need something different. Maybe you guys are having a fantastic time with, I think I need to put that above actually. You guys might be having a lovely time just hanging out in the ice cream shop. That's fair. I think I want to move on somewhere else. The real question is, should I leave this like fully opaque, or should I? Probably should lower the opacity a bit so you can see the different colors of the ice cream. Probably be a nice idea. Nice, nice. This in the air, any area that has like a double thing of glass. So then I can still have dimension. Yes. I am so excited for tomorrow. Me and my friend are going skiing. It's been cold enough that I have high expectations that the ski hills were able to make enough snow that skiing's not painful. So I'm super excited about that. It'll be a good time. Though it will certainly also be interesting in the fact that my friend has never gone snowboarding before, and I ski, so we might run into some issues with like might have some issues with technique and going about it. I think later tonight I'll watch some videos on snowboarding beginner, like stuff to do as a beginner snowboarder, so that I could at least have some tips from I don't know. It probably won't be the most helpful, but I want her to have a good time, because if she likes doing this and she gets better at it, we might be able to go on ski trips. That would be fun. I think mostly we need to do is just color all the tiniest stuff in the background. Might need to soften up this color, because it's kind of pushing itself away from the color scheme a bit, and that's not fun. Yeah, you're rather dark. Let's change that real fast. Is this moving it warmer? I think it is. Yeah. Cool. Ice skating? I mean, I know how to ski, so that's not an issue. And I don't think ice skating's really applicable to snowboarding, which is the bigger issue for my friend. Is she just hasn't gone snowboarding before. So, it will be an interesting challenge. I'm hoping she enjoys the experience. Who knows? Maybe I can convince her to switch to the dark side over to skiing so I can actually have a hope of potentially instructing her on how to do it. I'm sure we'll figure it out. I think I'm gonna drag her up the main hill, because from what I remember, that was the hill I learned how to ski on when I was like 8, 7. And from what my dad told me and what I can remember, it's not a very steep hill. So while it's technically a blue square, it's also not very it's not very impressive. I think I might have to almost immediately go to the Black Diamonds to get something that's trying to challenge me. So I should probably be fine with taking my friend up on the blue square. Worst comes to worst, she can just ride the board down like a sled and we go over to the itty bitty hills. I think a thought of mine I have for like maybe helping her out with figuring out how to move on the board, especially with going up the chairlift, because I think that's going to be the biggest issue, is just figuring out how to get the chairlift, get on top, get off of the chairlift at the top of the hill without falling over. So I'm thinking about like at the bottom of the hill, like pushing her around and having her push off of me to get an idea of like gliding on the snowboard. It's a thought. I'll do touch a bit of research to see if that is an actually good technique or if I'm just would make things more difficult for her like that. I need this dollar a little bit more yellow. Money is pretty, it's like kind of green, but it's also rather light as well. There, that are totally not. Actually, I think I do need to do silver coins because the counter is light enough that I think anything else would just get lost. Trying to think if I've done anything exciting today. I mean, it's been a pretty good day. Got myself fingerprinted, made dinner, made my favorite kind of dinner, which is this gnocchi dish. And my checklist, while I didn't complete everything on it, I did complete a good many things. So, I'm doing pretty good. Pretty good day. How was New Year's? It was very chill. Me and my dad, it was just us. We stayed home and made some lamb chili and played some Yoshi Woolly World and watched a movie. It was a very nice time. My dad needed a chill day, so he was gonna stay home by himself while my mom was going out to a party. And I was like, I'm gonna keep you company. So that's what I did. It was nice. Did you have a good New Year's? Do anything fun or relaxing? Oh, I was, so I have some spreadsheets to keep track of all of the things that I read. I fell a little bit behind on updating my AO3 one. So I took some time to, update it, get back in line, and I am terrified of what I did. Jeez, there were 1 million words. 1 million words just this past week. Yeah, so anyway, I decided I need to slow down, so, yeah, that is a lot of words. Focus on some actual, on some printed books rather than AO3. It is the greatest resource and also my biggest weakness. Sleep, that is a good time. That is a good thing to do. And during some Fireworks Mania. Fireworks Mania, is that a video game? I assume it is, because you said playing. Most people don't play with fireworks. Especially not during the winter. I'm searching it up real quick. Fireworks Mania. Ah, an explosive simulator. Simulator. Looks fun. And like you can just, it looks like you can set off fireworks wherever you want, including people's houses. I mean, if that's what like just entices you, go off, I guess. Oh, welcome, Crow. Welcome to the live stream. Anything else did I? Oh, yeah. I went to Canada. My friend decided she wanted to go on a day trip over to Canada. So that's what we did. We drove over to Canada and we're just giggling at ourselves because we just kept making jokes about being in Canada. Because what else am I supposed to do when I'm with my friends and being silly than just be silly about the fact that we're in Canada. For example, one of the jokes I made is we went over to a restaurant and I went to the bathroom and I noticed the brand on the toilet. So I decided, you know what? I'm gonna make a joke about that. So when I went back downstairs to be just get back over to the table. I was like, "Hey Nicole, don't worry. The the toilets are American standard." It was very silly. Because that was the brand that was on the toilet, was American Standard. I was vaguely in the Toronto area when I decided to go off and visit Canada. Actually, it wasn't really me deciding to go to Canada. It was my friend being like, "We're going to Canada today." And I was like, "Okay, I guess we're going to Canada today." So that's what we did. Also, fun fact, the Canadian dollar is weaker than the American dollar. Yeah, that would be kind of silly. It would be kind of silly if I did meet one of the hermits, but she's located near Maine, so I don't think that would be an accidental visit. And that is that is the first time, I don't know, second, third time I've been to Canada. I don't go there very often. Like, I have a passport now, so I could technically go there whenever I want. It's just I don't really have much need to. There's not much there's not much reason for me to be in Canada. Though it kind of sounded like my friends wanted to take another visit there at some point, so maybe I'll just keep hopping the border. Yeah, that's fine. On your question, Z Sullivan. Yeah, I actually have blonde hair. It's gotten darker as I've gotten older, but it's still firmly blonde. Like, I could send you over to my. Here, I can put my art website down. And if you go over to the About page, you can see a picture of me, and that is that is pretty much my hair color. Maybe slightly darker because it is winter at the moment, and I have not seen the sun in ages. It's been a long time since I've seen the sun properly. He's hiding away behind the clouds. I'm gonna be rendering over some of this line work so that I can get lighting effects on it. What's the reference image for this? Am I planning to go back to Insta someday? Maybe, I don't know. I don't find it too rewarding at the moment posting there. I'm not even posting really much on the other website either. It's I don't know, it feels I got more engagement. I don't care about the likes or anything on the post. It just as time went on, I think the peak for my account was sometime around 2019 for engagement, just comments on my artwork, and that was really fun to interact with, so I wanted to like get my account bigger so I could get some more interaction with my community. But yeah, they changed around the algorithm to make video content more just more prioritized on the platform, so then it was harder to do quicker projects. So I rather just post the video content here on YouTube, and if I make some more short videos, I'll probably also post them to Instagram, but I might need to do something with them based on their AI. Oh, it seems like every company is doing something with AI at the moment. What was I gonna search up? Pinterest. I was gonna go on Pinterest so I could find my reference images. Story concepts, rains. Where did I find you? I think I'm just gonna have to color the jars with, yeah, I guess I get to pick. Fun. I like picking. I still occasionally go on Instagram to just look at what people are, who the people I'm following and what they're doing. But posting on there, I'm not sure. I'll probably at least post my, I have a video I'm gonna make coming up. It's my yearly redraw of the lucid dreaming. So I'll probably post that over there. Still need to figure out what video I'm gonna use for it. I think I need to bronze this orange more so it reads more as caramel and not mustard, because I don't want mustard. Should I just commit with the white? Sure, why not? Anything else exciting recently? Dick bug I brought inside. I don't know. It's been like over a month now. I brought him back. I was looking at my pictures and I realized I grabbed that stick bug back in November 21st. There was just the stick bug on my... There's a stick bug on my mailbox. And it was getting cold outside and I didn't want him to die. So I brought him inside and I put him on one of my in one of my potted trees. I say one as if I have many. It's just the one. I only have one. I have like one tree plant kind of situation. So I put him on that and he's been living there for a month. And unfortunately, when I went to go check on him, he met his demise. And I understood he was gonna die at some point, but he lasted so long. I like had vague hopings that if he lasted through the winter, I could set him back outside on the mailbox. Unfortunately, I will not be able to do that for him. But at least he got to live to January. I don't think many stick bugs or inchworms can say that they lived to January. I think I need to get a real pet at some point, because if my default conversation topics just go to the pets that I have, and the only two pets that I've had in the last couple months have both been insects or spiders. That might be a slightly controversial default conversation fallback. I'll just own up to it. I have a spider. He's very lovely. I love him with all of my heart. He's just the best little guy, you know? Oh, Frank is so bougie, he decided he needed another 2 homes in his terrarium. I think that's his favorite activity, is building spider webs. Or at least building himself little hidey holes. So now he has like, let's see if I can count from here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He has 5 little hidey holes in different areas around the terrarium. I admire the commitment, but I'm just wondering how many homes does a guy need? If I were to personify my spider, he'd probably be like an annoying millionaire who has like 5 vacation homes and only spends time in one of them. So then you wonder why he even has the other 4. Keeps moving around saying they're investments. I'm getting some gerbils at some point. I think they would be neat. Just little guys who could burrow around. I would need to make space in my bedroom for the terrarium. Oh, I would just have to change how things are. I don't think I would have to make too much space. Hopefully. Maybe. So, one of the things about moving back home from after having your own apartment for a little bit and then moving back into your parents' house is you have a whole bunch of furniture and you don't know what to do with it. So I currently have a coffee table in my bedroom holding my plants. So I could probably rearrange the coffee table, and that's where I could put the gerbils. It's certainly an idea. Would that be the best spot for them, though? That is the question, because my room does get a little bit cold. But not so cold. It's not like they would freeze. It just might be more prone to burrowing in their stuff. Me and my friends are doing a presentation night. Not this week. This week we're still doing D&D. Next week, we're gonna do... We have some topics of interest. We're gonna present... Mostly the goal will be to have a silly time. There might be some serious presentations, but I think most of them are going to be very silly. We're going to do 2. One of them is assigned to us, and then the other one you get to pick. So the one that was assigned to me was my friend wanted me to just like give a detailed presentation on why her cat Bubs is the best cat. and well, Bubs decided to do a rather evil thing and just soiled my dress a little bit. So it turned into a presentation on just a briefing on the hit of Bubs the cat. No, not anything serious. It'll be very silly. A very a silly attempt, but you know. My friend's expecting like this big gushing presentation about her cat, and then I'm gonna come in and be like, all right, here's the briefing, here's the target, here's his weaknesses. And the other presentation I'm going to be giving is a war I would start. Like, what would I go to war over? I would go to war over a grass lawn. I think it is appropriate. I think that would be a very good thing to go to war over. Who are my enemies? The HOA. Yeah, the HOA people. Why, you may ask? Why would I be going to war with the HOA? Well, any any group of people who's telling you how long your grass needs to be, I think they have too much time on their hands and they need to do something else. If they're so concerned about how long your grass is, which you shouldn't even have to begin with, I think they need a better use of their time. Did you watch the latest court case of Mumbo? No, I have not. I need to catch up on Hermit stuff. Part of my problem is I'll start a Hermit video, and then because I'm making a Hermit video, I subconsciously stop watching other Hermit videos so that when I am ready to make another video, I'm watching fresh content. It seems silly. I should just watch it instead of waiting until I'm finished with my chosen YouTube video. So I need to catch up on that stuff. Do we have a name for the ice cream shop? Yes. We have a name for the ice cream shop. The ice cream shop is named Dairy Delights. Nice. I think I colored that okay. I think I accidentally colored the money. That's okay. The money can be slightly transparent. Nothing like getting kidnapped by as a milkshake by Kel. So, milkshake by Kells is playing in the background as it happens. Also, no drama in chat. Wait, I thought that was a. Oh, is this something else? I thought it was just a video that he made, like a silly little video. Yeah, we're not gonna focus on any drama and that might be going on with the hermits. We're just gonna have a nice chill stream coloring an ice cream shop, and I'll do some research later on what the heck you're talking about, because apparently I've been more out of touch with the hermit content than I thought, because I thought you were talking about a video. Oh, it's a video. Okay, good, good. We don't need more drama in the Hermitcraft server. Good, excellent. Thank you for clarifying. I'm glad my first thought was the correct thought, because we did not need anything else. I think I wasn't too concerned about that bit, because I think the ice cream shop owner is in front. in front of that. Love my mundane decision to just lower the opacity of some layers, but then also have things I want to be more opaque on the same layer. I was wondering why the counter was looking slightly off. Also, I totally misremembered the color of the counter. Because I made the thumbnail and I was like, oh yeah, the counter's dark. Because I like dark woods. No, I chose a birch wood. I chose something light. It's probably for the best anyway for the thumbnail, because that it would not have had enough contrast otherwise if I did not make it dark. So, I don't know if any of you have an iPhone, but I've noticed something slightly strange. I don't know if it's just my phone updated and I didn't realize and now there's a glitch, or if it's just something that I've discovered. But my phone likes to change from, like, it'll make a sleep focus mode because I have my alarm set with their little bedtime feature. And my wallpaper decided that it was going to act as if it was still in sleep focus, so I can't see my wallpaper when I open up my phone. It's just a black screen. Like, I can still see my apps and everything, it's just the background's black. And I was like, oh boy. You don't look very exciting, do you? You just... Yeah, the only way I can fix it is if I shut down my phone and then turn it back on again. I did that once, and then half of the screen was showing my wallpaper and then the other half of the screen was black. I didn't know quite why it did that, but I guess that's just how my phone was feeling in the moment. Maybe I need to look into that a bit more. It's just a silly thing mostly, so I haven't been too concerned about it, but it'd be interesting to see if other people are also getting that problem. I think we'll add some dark spots. That's too gray. It's too saturated. Oh, I remembered the other thing that made today so nice. I had some ginger beer. I remembered that I had some ginger beer in the fridge that I hadn't eaten yet. I hadn't drinking yet. So I had a little treat with dinner. Been working on a physical painting recently. Because the last time I worked on one was back when I was still in college, which that was back in May. Well, no, technically, I guess I'm thinking about the last big painting I worked on, which was at school. Because I have done smaller paintings in my sketchbook and then also on just smaller pieces of paper, but this is, I'm talking set up in the sense that I have a canvas and I'm doing it in my bedroom because I don't really have space for it in the office. Technically there would have been space, but my dad was not too jazzed about the idea of me taking up half the floor space with my painting. So we're doing it in my bedroom because I didn't want to do it in the basement because that sounded depressing. I didn't want to be stuck in the basement. I was like, oh, I want to do some social painting because it was nice in college because we're all college students and the living room was decently big. So I'd do my paintings in the living room. And then I could, like, my roommates would either be talking or watching a movie. And I was thinking, oh, I can just paint in the office and then I can have some company while painting. My dad was like, no, you need to do that somewhere else. And I was like, okay, I'll do it somewhere else. Hello and welcome to the stream. What do you mean, where's all the people? There's people here. I'm deliberately not looking at how many people are actually here, but there's people here. I think most of them are here to just listen to me ramble, which is fine. Might just need to give me a prompting word every once in a while. Oh, in the drawing. Oh, I disappeared them because I wanted to work on coloring the illustration. The background portion of the illustration. I promise they're still there. Yeah, I have a bunch of layer panels. You're only seeing the illustration portion of the art program. I drew them on a separate layer so I could color them separately. Yes, the illustration is going very well. Thank you. I don't know, I guess I was just messing with the wood grain and he came together, which is good. I like it when that happens. Yes, perfect. Trying to think of anything. Oh, I got a part-time job. After months of looking, I finally landed a somewhat art-related job. It's not like the exact thing I want to be doing, but it'll be nice to get outside of the house and have something else be dictating my schedule that's not just me. Because that's difficult sometimes, making your own schedule and then keeping to it. Well, I can make the schedule portion, that's easy. That part's easy. It's just keeping to it is hard, especially when you don't have any time consequences. Oh no, I have all day to work on this thing. What does it matter if I wait until the last second to do it? But now that I have an outside job, it can force me to work on the stuff that I want to work on, because dang it, you're not gonna have time later to do it, Alyssa. You have to do it now. I'm hoping I can have the college effect on my personal projects by having an outside job. I say the college effect because I think I went a little bit insane during college in the sense of how much I was doing junior and senior year, because I was taking 6 classes, and then also I was making some YouTube content as well as some just short videos for Instagram and TikTok. What else was I doing? I got a picture book job, so I was working on that during my senior thesis. So I was essentially, my senior thesis was making a picture book, and then I got hired to make another picture book. So I was working on 2 picture books at once, and I finished both of them. This is what I mean when I went a little bit insane, and I'm just pining for the time that somehow I was able to complete all of that work and still get all of my schoolwork done. I don't know what I was on. It was something, and then I was also working out. Present Alyssa can only what was I on? I don't know. I want it back. Sure, did I have stress hives in junior year? Sure. But I fixed that. That was easy to manage. I just want, that was peak efficiency. I just I can't lust over what I used to have. I just need to move forward, figure out what the heck I was on so I can get back on it. I don't know. Maybe I need to ask one of my roommates what they thought of me during like just an outside perspective on how it looked for just senior year Alyssa. That was something. Let's not do that. Chalkboards usually have like a touch bit of residue on them. So if I lower the opacity of this, let's do that in a separate layer. Another layer! Then lower the opacity, so it's just barely there. And welcome to the stream. We are finishing the illustration today. I don't care how long it takes, we are finishing the illustration. Lower the opacity slightly. And there we go. Bits of chalk still left over. Maybe I can add like little dust marks where it didn't get fully wiped away. I don't know if it'll read as that, but we can try. Alright, we need another random thing for Alyssa to rant about. Is there anything you guys are interested in hearing about? It could be about art. It could be, I don't know, thing you're just endlessly curious about. I'll let you know if I'm not willing to answer it. Where have been doing most of that one. Okay, we'll stay on that one. This is the sprinkle container, so we're gonna make that colorful. Why an ice cream shop? Okay, so for my story When It Rains, I wanted another location besides the library and the other world. Somewhere that I think, depending on who you are, can be magical in and itself. So I wanted something that Lena was like pretty happy with in her hometown to show to her friend from on the other side, who's from the other side of the portal. So I wanted something that Lena could feel proud of enough to show, and a place for them to hang out and bond over. Plus, every good story, or at least maybe not every cartoon, but it seems like a lot of cartoons have a place where the main characters go, or like they talk about in conversation, that gives a connection to the place that they are, and also something that the audience can connect to. So that ends up being food a lot. So for example, in Steven Universe, the Big Donut, or the Fry Shack. I'm trying to think if there's... In Gravity Falls, it's less of a place and more of just a brand that's prevalent in the world. So that would have been... What was that called? Dang it. What did... Pit Cola, there we go. Yeah. Pit Cola, or from Hilda... What was that brand called? They had an entire episode dedicated towards it. It was essentially Cheez-Its but pants. It's not jorts, because that's jeans. Hold on, now I have to search it up. Little cartoon. Short. Crackers. What are those called? I'll remember it. Come on. I'll figure it out. It literally was jorts. I had it right the first time. I just thought I was being silly, because jorts are usually what jean shorts are called, but okay. But I'm mad about it. Anyway, I wanted something like that for my story. So I wanted ice cream shop. I like your voice. It makes me happy. Oh, I'm so glad. I'm glad you enjoy listening to me, or at least are enjoying your time spent. Thank you. It's nice being able to make content that people enjoy. Because the most important thing is I like the stuff that I'm making, but it makes me happy that other people also enjoy that stuff. 'Cause I like telling stories. If you guys also enjoy those stories, it's pretty fun. Oh! I could tell you about my D&D campaign! I was thinking about it, and I was like, oh, all the stories that I'm writing. And I realized, I don't think my friends watch my streams, or at least, they haven't told me that they do. Which is good in the sense, now I can talk about my D&D campaign, because I'm the DM, so we're going on a tangent. I do not care if I have to stay up longer now, because I am not working on the illustration at the moment. I want to talk about my D&D campaign. As if you guys are interested about hearing about the D&D campaign. If you're not, I can move back over to the illustration. But I think it would be really fun to talk about it. I have half a notebook's worth of content. I have an entire notebook dedicated towards this thing. And I feel like I need to talk about some of it because I love my friends, but they are skipping half of the content and they're missing it. And I want to just talk about it because I think the world building's cool and I don't know what. I, I just want to talk about it. So if you guys are interested in like hearing the D&D campaign, let me know. I have it open. I have it ready. I am ready at any time. That's one I could tell you every single thing about it, and it'd be fine to tell you every single thing about the story, because the hardest part about like live streaming my like construction of the stories for when it rains is that I have to be careful on what I tell you guys, because if I tell too much of it, I might spoil parts of the story that I'm most excited about. People, like, it needs to be built up for it to be exciting. If I don't let it build up, then it'll just be, yeah, that was cool. That would be a cool idea, but it wouldn't be something you experience. I have to be careful on how much I actually tell about the story. But with the D&D campaign, I could tell you every little thing about it. I could tell you about all of the little side plot tangents and whatnot. Yeah. I've been trying to. I only have like one other outlet for telling my D&D campaign stuff, and that's my father. And I to be fair on him, he's getting most of this stuff out of context. So then he's just confused on where the heck I just even got that idea. And then he doesn't look at me like I'm crazy. He just looks at me and goes, "Alyssa, what? What are we?" So I would. No one tells me soon whether or not they want to hear about it. It's the default's going to be we're going to hear about it. Then I'll just assume anyone who's here is just here for the vibe, and the vibe is whatever I'm wanting to talk about, and I want to talk about the D&D campaign. I would give you the rant about grass, but I need to finish that presentation first before I give it to you. Oh, thank you. Glad you enjoy my name. I enjoy it too. Awesome, you're here for the vibe. That means I'm gonna break and talk about the D&D. Maybe not break. I could probably talk about both at the same time. Probably. Okay, so this D&D campaign takes place in it's very similar to our world. The world is run by loan sharks, and anyone who is far too much in debt, they get thrown in the gulag to work off their debts with manual labor. And the world is run by literal loan sharks. So my players for the first, I don't know, 11 10 sessions, they were stuck in what essentially was a gulag. I called it the glue mines. They were mining for glue, but also trying to figure out a way to escape. And each one of their characters, they're a character. You can't tell my friends this, but my personal favorite character out of all of them is Fish Keegler. He's I am the DM, so I'm writing this entire story. And for the favorite character out of all of them is Fish Keegler. He is a menace to society, and it's just because he has a yes and attitude. I, as the DM, will say, oh, yeah, you guys run into this, and you see a cool rock on the ground. And Fish Keegler's like, oh my gosh, there's a rock, I'm gonna put it in my mouth. It's very silly. The other two characters, technically there's 4, but one of my friends, I think, was enjoying more of the podcasting environment of the D&D sessions, so she decided to become... Now I'm thinking of the wrong person. He was decided that his character needed to go, and his character got sucked into a necklace, so now they can participate in the sense that they can add their 2 cents in, but then they don't need to back it up with any actions. They can just say something and move on. And then they just doodle in the corner. Which works fine for me, and if they ever want to join in on the session again, I'll just have the necklace break, and they can break free and become part of society again. Anything that they want to do, I will do. But anyway, back to the story. Oh, wait. I need to tell you about the last character, because... Oh, 2 characters. There's 2 other characters. 3 total characters playing. So, Fish Keegler, he's a turtle, and my friend's plan for this character is that he's essentially a teenage mutant ninja turtle. I don't know if he's actually good at the assassination part. I was not informed of that, just that he is modeled after the Mutant Ninja Turtles. And then the other character, Canrin, essentially has a god complex in the sense that they think they're a literal god, and they've been kicked out of heaven, and they're trying to regain their godhood status. And then the last character is called XXS Xander XXX, and it's exactly as it sounds. My friend Nicole, she's essentially running a character he's a neckbeard guy without actually having a neckbeard, tips fedora, and the personalities, statistically. So I think you can gather everything that you want from character-wise from that. And personal role model to XXX Xander is Elon Mollusk, because this is a sea-based world, and sometimes my players will just stop for a second to world build. And just to clarify, most of everything about Xander's character is just a stereotypical neckbeard in the terms of a joke. Everything. It's funny because it's being taken seriously in the world, in the sense that no one's questioning him about it. They're all not, great morality-wise, so I can't send them on a hero quest, because they wouldn't work on a hero quest. So I'm having them fulfill this serves my needs kind of quest. So the quest I'm sending them on is, this world is based around just just ocean themed, and they're slowly learning about it, but the world used to be run by the old Leviathans, were essentially the shape of goldfish, and they flew around, and they were neither good nor bad. It just depended on the person and their perception of the world, whether or not they thought the fish were good or bad. And the loan sharks, they decided to kill the Leviathan gods and become the new rulers of the land. And they weren't terrible at it at first. They did a decent job. People were, like, mostly content under their rule for a while. But then, afterwards, as they became more greedy, the people really start to loathe the sharks and the reign that they have over the land. The first session that I ran with them was essentially, you know how usually you start in a tavern? I didn't want to do that, so I had them start in a court case, as in their court case, and they had to explain to the jury why they were in debt. And some of them tried to claim that they weren't in debt. They just had all of their assets claimed, stuck in cryptocurrency, and they would totally cash out when they were ready, and they're not in debt. How dare you? Yeah, so all of them got sent to the gulag. Because of that, they had to work on finding out how they were gonna escape. And it took them literal months. That's okay, because I think they had fun. Pretty sure they had fun. Maybe I just keep bribing. I make them food before we play. Maybe I'm just bribing them. Maybe they're having fun. Yeah. So what's happening in the campaign is that I don't know if they're going to be deliberately doing this or if they're going to be inadvertently doing this, but they're going to be going around collecting the old Leviathan bones, meanwhile trying to evade recapturing via sharks so they don't go back to the gulag. And then they're gonna run into a cult at some point. And knowing them, they'll probably join the cult. The cult of the old Leviathan gods. Their goal is to revive the old Leviathan gods, and they need to collect all of the bones in order to do so. And I'm gonna make it where it's not necessarily a good thing that happens. It won't be a terrible thing, but it also won't be a good thing. Striking. Yes. Excellent. Glad you saw that I was live this time without me needing to personally remind you about it. I'm glad you caught this stream. Yeah, we're talking about my D&D story, because I realized I can talk about all of the lore that I want, because the people who are participating in the campaign aren't here. So I can talk about it and just have fun explaining all of my thoughts. So I think they pretty much explored all of the glue mines that I wanted them to, just because they were there for so long. But the thing I was most excited about, and they ran through that so quickly, they ran through most of it in one night, was what I am calling the Endless Beach. They got stuck. Yeah, I saw the scorpion striking. I don't know how you're gonna hide that from your uncle, but good luck, I guess. The thing I was most excited about was the Endless Beach. It's essentially a time loop where this is like the last standing temple of the old Leviathan gods. Every other one has been overrun or destroyed or something along these lines. They've just been just taken over by the sharks, because the sharks don't want any remnants. They want to kill the Leviathan gods fully, not just physically, but also in thought. So they're trying to kill them. And this is the last one standing, and the only reason why it's still here is because of this time loop. So the party got stuck in this time loop for a little bit. And they were supposed to... Can't always plan on what they're gonna do, but they were supposed to figure out about the Leviathan gods and then, I don't know, somehow convince the person who is keeping the loop in motion. They were supposed to convince them that they weren't going to be forgotten. That was gonna be how they were gonna end the loop. And they were kind of working on that, but then they just decided to leave. I'm sure they'll be back though, because they forgot to take... They found a Leviathan bone that they thought was a rock. They forgot it there, so they'll probably be back to go back and get it. So, I think they'll go back over to the time loop. It resets every time, and the reason why it's called the Endless Beach is because the time loop resets every time the party gets hit by a giant tsunami wave. I don't know what was happening that day, but they managed to play a 5-hour session and run through most of the content that I had for it. I was impressed, but also I was panicking because I was like, this was supposed to be the next arc. We were supposed to be here for at least 2 or 3 sessions. Now they're in the woods, and I did like a improv session where I don't even know how they were just traveling around in the woods, and they role-played just wood survival for a bit. And then I decided that I wanted something silly to happen. And the silly thing to happen was there were some berries in the woods that were just so tasty. And now Fish Keegler's 7 years old. I'm getting excited for this next session because I did some writing for some lore. They're gonna find a town, and this town's population has been dwindling. And one of the witches, she wants to fix this problem, so she's gonna try and baby trap some adventurers into staying at the village by literally turning them into babies. Not sure exactly how they'll go about fixing this problem, but I think it'll be very silly. And then while I was doing that, there was also like a magic system that was being created in my head, in the sense that, oh, so how can I make this work where it's not like this is just a way for someone to become infinite, like functionally immortal? Because I didn't want to break the game like that by having the characters just become functionally immortal. Or at least have an in-game thing that could say, oh, hey, if you try hard enough, you could live forever. No. You have, I'm thinking in, like, every person has, like, some sort of magical, like a magical ecosystem inside of them. They have some sort of innate magical immune system. And depending on what kind of race you are and your aptitude towards magic will depend on how strong or resilient you are against other magics. And so this magical immune system would essentially fight the spell because it knows exactly where you're supposed to be. It knows the body you're supposed to be, what's like state of mind and health you're supposed to be in. So any magical influence that you try and go against that would just, depending on the strength of the spell and how dedicated you are towards it, would depend on if it's like, yeah, it would like, so then the body would, I wanted it to be where the more times you use this spell, the less effective it is, because this magical immune system would recognize it would be like your normal immune system where it would start recognizing the essentially attack against it and be more efficient at getting rid of it. So unless you change the spell or, yeah. So that's the in-game reason why this spell won't turn into a functionally immortal person. Yeah, they would still die via meatball or other that, but like age-wise, I didn't want them to be able to live forever. Or at least theoretically. Could definitely still die via environmental impact. Though some of the effects would probably be reduced, because if you keep de-aging yourself, you take yourself back to a time when you were healthier. It is a legitimate way. I'm not sure how many people die via meatball, but there's more than 2, I can guarantee. Well, I can't personally guarantee, but there's too many people on this planet to not have at least 2 people die via meatball. It's not that I want it to happen, it's just that it probably has happened. Well, now I'm curious. Let's ruin my Google search history. People who have died via meatball. I don't want that to be. Why is that the first search result? People who died in a meat grinder. Why is. No! No! I want the more innocent topic of. I shouldn't have searched that up. There's definitely been at least 3 people who have died via meatball. Oh, meatball poisoning. Interesting. Yeah. Be careful around meatballs. It is a legitimate concern. No, don't die. Just don't die. That's the goal. Just don't die. I'm sure you can handle it. Just don't die. It's that simple. Alright, I think we're almost done coloring the background, so we can move on to the characters soon. I think I just need to finish just coloring this handle, and then I think I need to do something with the register, and we will be good. We can move on to other things, like color characters. fun sponge. Hey, I'll be the fun sponge. You guys just need to not die. The life lesson of the day, don't die. I'm pretty sure I'm like 100% sure there was an entire, what is that called? I literally heard the word today. Why can't I remember it? It's in my brain. Public service announcement. Yes, dedicated around that. Don't die. Specifically, dumb ways to die. But I think the general message is just don't die. I need to write you a theme song that you can put on a soundboard. Intriguing. I'd probably need to buy a soundboard, because I don't have one of those. Though I could probably set it up to one of my lesser used keys and it would probably have the same effect. Okay, we just need to color the screen here. Write some itty bitty numbers on it. And I think that should be good. Theme song button. What are you even thinking for my theme song? What would the general vibe be? I totally wrote legible numbers that everyone's going to be able to read at a distance. Great. Awesome. I think that's everything I needed to do for the background. Now we can color in the characters. Exciting. And then I can add lighting effects. Here, I'm gonna copy this, paste, combine together, and then erase. I say erase, I'm fine-tuning this so I can try and create a clipping mask for it. Because if I can create a clipping mask, then things will be much quicker to paint. Thank you. Yeah, I really wanted to try and build the life of the shop. I might go back in and add some like little junk things to help build up the life of the place. Like maybe some straws on the floor, some napkins on the counter, a dime perhaps, I don't know. Just tiny things that you would expect to be around. And without them there, the space isn't the same. Color in some more areas because I think I missed some. think one of these days I need to go over to a Goodwill to see if there's just any DVDs of some cartoon series that I enjoy. I need to start, like, properly building up my physical media library for all of the cartoons that I enjoy, all the animated movies. I don't know if Disney is still doing their Vault thing, because I know they did that for a while to help drum up sales on their DVDs. But with Disney Plus, maybe it would be less relevant, so maybe they just sell them all the time now? Actually, I'm curious now. Is Disney still doing their Vault thing? Time to do some research. Ooh. Nice. I've been thinking about watching Up, because one of the things I got for Christmas was the art book for Up. So I might pull out that DVD sometime soon to watch that. Disney Vault. Disney Vault is the term formerly used by the Walt Disney Company for the policy of regularly imposing sales on specific animated feature films, pending some future release. Following the acquisition of 21st Century Fox and the launch of the streaming service Disney Plus, the Disney Vault has been used by journalists. Is it still in effect now? Wow, Wikipedia did not have much information on it. Little thing. Okay, so Disney Plus technically means the end of the Disney Vault. But does that mean you can buy any Disney DVD that you want now? Or is that just still a thing you can't do? Looks like you can just buy it. Awesome. Good to know. Great thing. Hey, this is a much more innocent topic than my first query. The other one was, that one was bound to be a disaster. But this one's just about movies. And I don't have too many high expectations on the actions of the Disney CEOs, so excuse me. That was a much safer topic. Yeah, have fun, Corbin, with your piano stream. I love how you have like a love-hate relationship with the piano. You hate playing on it, but you compose so much of your music on it. Have I seen Sonic 3? I have not. I have also not watched the other two either. I've only recently started seeing... I think the most Sonic content I have, like, interacted with on a substantial scale has been, like, the Mario vs. Sonic, the 2012 Olympic Games I think it was a Wii game or a Wii U game. I think it was a Wii U game. Yeah, the the competing Winter Olympics thing is the most Sonic content I have consumed. Though I have been seeing like little shorts of people putting together their favorite Sonic Boom quotes. Those are pretty funny. I will agree with that. Maybe one of these days I'll just get my friends together and we'll do a Sonic watch party of all three movies. I don't think I'll go out and see it in theaters. The Wii is my favorite console, no joke. Yeah, it was pretty good. And then also the Wii, the Game Boy, and the DS. Yes, I had the DS Lite, and then also we had a Wii and a Wii U. And the Wii U got so dogged on for no reason, I feel like. Like, yeah, it was a separate console, but like they released some good stuff on it. Like Nintendo Land, that's a good game. That is peak content right there. And they released Pikmin 3 on that console. That was a good game. The Wii U walked so that the Nintendo Switch could run. It was essentially just they were trying to figure out the technology of the Nintendo Switch through the Wii U. Like I think the only thing that like maybe is worth getting dogged on is just they didn't utilize the gamepad nearly as well as they could have. There were so many possible applications that they could have done with the gamepad that I don't know if they just didn't think about it or like the console couldn't handle it. I'm not even thinking of the things they could do, but like the way they implement some of it, it just made it felt they could have implemented a lot more 5-player games. I think that was my biggest gripe with it, is that they still treated it as a 4-person console when there are families that have 5 people in them, and you added a whole nother controller. So you should have made some more games just be playable by 5 people. You added a whole nother controller and the ability to connect 4 Wii remotes to it. Come on. This was not the thing I was thinking I was gonna get a rant over today. Yeah, I guess I can't think of why it would be so hard to just like make it where you could add a 5th person in. Does it break up the flow that much? Maybe it's because it's already a precedent that it's four people can play. I'm curious about this now. Why are all game consoles 4 players? Instead of 5. I think it seems like a thing that was started just because the consoles just couldn't handle more than a couple players, so they try and get a balance of how many people. That's true. Makes it even, and then also balances the power of the console. I think I was just incensed because there was enough times where having 5 players would have been nice. And I think for some games you can technically play with 5 players. Like, I think you can do that with Super Smash Bros. You can connect more controllers and play with, like, I think it's up to 8. Yeah, I don't know how you would have gone about splitting up the screen. See, this is where the gamepad could have been utilized, because then you can have one person, their screen is specifically on the gamepad, and then everyone else plays on the TV screen, and then you can have 5 people. You can have 5 people racing on Mario Kart. That's where I wanted it utilized. But most of the time it just mirrored the TV screen, which I guess makes sense. If you didn't do that, it would probably take more power than you would like. Okay, I keep finding areas where I need to fix it. I just need to finish coloring in the pink, and then I can make a clipping mask. And it'll be really easy to color things in after that. Mostly easy. At least I don't have to pay attention to your stuff. I'm glad I've chosen the perfect background music for you guys. Can't go wrong with just choosing a good Minecraft album. I've gotten this down to a science now with having the background music. Because I was like thinking I was in the clear for a little bit with just the beta version of the album. Sorry, I'm doing something. Okay. Awesome. I'm pretty sure this will work now. Perfect. Just need to set the liner to multiply. Now we can color. Awesome. That's too gray. Perhaps I should just color pick from the other file I have. Can I do that? Oh, I can. Why doesn't that look right? I color picked it. Why does it look wrong? I am using Photoshop, because I don't draw on my desktop as much as I used to, but the thing I needed the Adobe Creative Cloud for the most was InDesign. So unfortunately I had to continue on with the Adobe programs. I had a project I was working on, and I was not eager to learn on the go with that on a new program with that project. Plus, she specifically requested, I'm pretty sure she requested InDesign for it. And I had some InDesign files that I wanted continued access from, so. Don't tell Adobe, but they think I'm still a student, and so I'm getting the student rate. Ooh. How did your first digital painting go? Was it a success? A painting, drawing? Did it turn out well? I guess the real question is, are you using a tablet? Are you using your phone? Because I know some people use their phone to draw, and I find that slightly insane, but whatever works for them. Personally, I don't think I'd be able to do that. Fair. Sometimes it's about sometimes finding what kind of coloring tool works for you makes it a world of difference. Well, yes, you can technically make good art with any kind of brush. Having one that you particularly enjoy certainly helps. Oh boy, Corbin. Don't tell me you did seriously go, yeah, I'm just gonna stream right now while watching another person stream, and then I'm also gonna compose. Because I know you said you're gonna do that. Usually you do what you say you're gonna do. But that does feel very mentally draining. You are a man of your word. Alright. Don't die, though. That's not allowed. Rule number 1, don't die. Rule number 2, have fun. Rule number 3, don't get caught by the police doing illegal actions. Alright, I think I plugged up all of the holes that I had. Cool, awesome. Great, we can move back over to the drawing. Yay! Soft brush? We could do soft brush. Theme song. See, I am simply here to just entertain the masses, and if the children gain some life lessons along the way, who am I to stop them? And not all of you are children, but my baby cousins watch, so if I can impart them some life lessons that help them along the way, I am winning. I don't know how often my baby cousins actually watch my stuff. I hope not too often, but it wouldn't surprise me if they do. Because they are slightly chronically online. Can you tell me what specific line you're talking about? Because, you guys are a little bit delayed, and I just, ran on a, slight word tangent. So I might not be thinking of the line you're thinking of. Well, you said good morning to me, so I assume you just have to get on with your day. So good luck with that, whatever you're doing. And yeah, if you want to, check back in and see how the final illustration turned out. We are definitely finishing this tonight. It's a want, it's a need, it's everything maybe not everything I am, but it is certainly the goal for today. I love every time that I color an area, I can just see where I missed a spot. Excuse me. Sometimes I just come up with really good quotes. Other times I just trip over my words. Depending on the hour, you might get both Alyssas at the same time. Both is good. I can be a silly little lad while also being a philosopher. Is that too much to ask? I think it is. I think most falafel is tasty. I think most philosophers were silly little lads anyway. Most of the good ones anyway. You kind of have to have a sense of humor in order to be a philosopher, I feel like. Or else you get too bummed out about life. People who get too bummed out don't usually last very long. Make the blue more blue, a little bit lighter. What do you mean, what? Clarify, please. What are you asking? Are you asking what about my my opinion on philosophers? No, it's just like, if you contemplate too hard on life, life starts to stare back. And most people don't do very well when life starts to stare back, so you need a sense of humor to ward off the eyes of life. I don't know if that makes sense, but I'm current. I feel like that's a thing, right? Like philosophers having a sense of humor. Philosophy of humor. Although most people value humor, philosophers. I'm saying this word too many times. Philosopher. I feel like the more I'm trying to sound it out, the worse I'm gonna say it. I've said little about it. And what they have said is largely. Wait a second! Largely critical? 3 traditional theories of laughter and humor are examined, along with humor's bad reputation. I'm sorry. Maybe I just don't. Maybe I just disagree. I feel like it's depression. Yes, that's what I'm getting at. I'm just saying, in order for life not to beat you up, you need to have a sense of humor. That's why most people with trauma, who have like a lot of trauma, are really funny. Because they need some sort of coping mechanism, and that sometimes is humor. This is my thesis statement. See, I'm just following life advice that's been given to me by other people. Or at least it's not been explicitly stated. Maybe it's just human natural reaction to pain, or at least mental pain, is to try and laugh about it. Because laughing usually, I don't know, I find it to de-stress a situation. That's why people laugh nervously. See, it's all coming together. Did I actually say that? You directly quoting me? This is what happens when Alyssa talks to this. Okay, that would be really funny, because I can totally see myself doing that in the sense of just saying something, forgetting what I'm saying, and then starting a completely new sentence. That happens to me all the time, and then people ask me to finish the sentence I was working on, and I thought I already finished it. So then I moved on, and I completely forgot where I was going with it. See, I have a lovely vocabulary, and then I constantly trip over my words. My baby cousins are always getting on me, or at least they'll occasionally get on me about like using big words. I don't even think about it most of the time. My dad did not believe in using smaller words, so he just used the words that he already used. So then I used the words he was using. Now my baby cousins are confused. It's okay though. I give them the definition every time they ask. Also, whenever I say baby cousins, it's just because I saw them when they were children, or not children, when I saw them when they were like tiny little children. Just babies, absolute babies, literal babies. So, they're like, one's about to get into middle school. What's that about? I saw when you were a tiny child. There's a picture on your wall of you being an absolute baby. What do you mean you're gonna be in middle school? When I was like 7, I had no friends at school, so at recess I would read the dictionary. That's certainly an interesting pastime. 7, that's first grade. Yeah, I can understand that. I think it was beginning of the year. It might have been the end of the year. There was one recess I didn't have anyone to play with, and it took me all recess to like finally point that out to one of the monitors to be like, I'm lonely, no one played with me. And I should have went up to them so much sooner, because then they immediately just pointed me towards a group of kids that were playing a game that I would be somewhat interested in, and then the bell to go inside went off, so then I couldn't even. I spent an hour, because it was an extended recess time, doing nothing. I genuinely can't remember if that was at the beginning of the year or the end of the year. I want to say that was at the. I want to say it was at the end of the year? Because, when did. Yeah. I want to say end of the year. Because beginning of the year, I was in a wheelchair at some portion. So I wouldn't have been running around outside. I was very quickly taken over to a 4th grade. Did I ever get into any fights? No. Not traditionally, anyway. There was one time a kid was annoying me, and he kept saying that he had this piece of string, and he kept holding it up to me, and I don't know if he was telling me to cut it or to just touch it. He's like, oh, it's gonna electrocute you. And I was like, can you just leave me alone? I'm trying to read. Oh, definitely just wanted me to touch it. And I was refusing, and then later on, I held up a pair of safety scissors, and I told the kid if he didn't stop, I was going to cut the string. And then we both got in trouble. And then I had to write an apology letter for us. I don't know if it was threatening the kid with a pair of safety scissors. I don't know. All I know is that I had to write an apology letter. I think that was the first and pretty much the only time I got into any major trouble. I think the only other time was when I got a detention in freshman year, but that was for a dumb reason. That detention was because I was tardy to my first class too many times, and it wasn't even my fault. Because my sister, she was driving me in the morning, and she would always leave last second, and her teacher didn't care, but my teacher cared if I was 2 minutes late, so it happened to me too many times, so I got a detention. But I got to leave early because I was being quiet and good and doing my homework, so then they're like, you're not a problem child, why are you here? And let me leave early. Did he write one to you? Yes. And then I remembered like looking at the letter and realizing he didn't put nearly as much effort into it as that I did. And at that and because of that I realized that maybe them having us write a letter wasn't as serious as they were making it out to be. The colors were messed up on my tablet, I think. Doesn't look quite the same on screen versus on my... Yeah, that's not looking quite right. I'll fix it in a bit. I'll color the other characters in and see if that affects anything. Oh, I actually... See, I was just as obsessed with reading as I am today, but I did it with, like... I did it with actual books instead of, like, reading on my phone. So I was in the middle of tearing through the Harry Potter series, and I just would not stop reading. I was reading during class while my teacher was giving out instructions, and so because of that, I got my book taken away and it was put on her desk and I could see it and it was this big thick book. It was the Order of the Phoenix book. Blue one. You know how thick that boy is. Just big thick book on her desk and I was so sad. I was like, "Can I please? Can I get my book back?" I just wanted to read. I didn't want to do math. Or I don't even remember what subject we were doing at the time. It might have been social studies. Yeah, it's so silly to me that no one... I read the first book, 2 books in that series in one afternoon. I almost practically did that. I think I started reading the series in 2nd grade, I think. Maybe 2nd or 3rd grade. It might have been 3rd grade. So I was working on Order of the Phoenix in 4th grade. I might have... Actually, you know what? I think I was tearing through the Warrior Cats series. Actually, I think I was doing both at the same time. Distinctly remember going over to the library, finding the next book in the series. Like, there was this one series that I was way above the reading level for. It was these fairy books, and they were based, like, the first series was based on gemstones, and then they expanded upon there. I do not remember. It was like Rainbow Magic or something? I cannot remember the exact name for it, but I would pick up 6 of those books, and I'd finish them within the week. Practically the first 3 days. And then like, not quite beg, but definitely very strongly advise my father that we head back over to the library as soon as possible so I could pick up the next series in the books. Next book in the series. I wasn't allowed until 5th grade, but I've been asking my parents to let me read it since I was in pre-K because I saw my cousin reading it. Yeah, I don't know when we started reading it, but I do know that we definitely listened to the audiobooks in the car on long car rides. Oh, you know another good series? One that I've been slowly re-listening to? The Gregor the Underlander series. That one's really good. If you haven't listened to that, I highly recommend that. That's a good one. Okay, so Gregor the Underlander is about a boy who falls through the like essentially the laundromat of his apartment building and finds himself in a whole underground world where the people who live there, they've been living there so long, their skin's practically translucent and their eyes are purple. I don't know if she just came up with a cosmetic like a in reason, like an in book reason for why their characters would have purple eyes, but fun thoughts. And what is this? Is this more hair? I'm gonna say it's hair. And the people down there ride giant bats, and they go on these quests to try and like save Gregor's dad. And they have his baby sister join in, and she's like 4. So she's very silly to just interact with. Just every time he goes down there, he has a new quest that he needs to solve. But he's like, technically he is a chosen one, but he doesn't want to be. Oh, you should definitely draw that. Listen to the series and draw that. There's not enough fan art for Gregor the Underlander. Maybe I'll make some fan art for it. Oh, I should probably listen to more of the books. But most of the people who draw the characters, I don't know. I just want to add my character design expertise into the matter. Not that any of the drawings are bad. I just want to add my 2 cents in. I might do that. After I listen to the book that I currently have loaned out, I'll listen to The Prophecy of Bane. How many books are there? I think there's like 5. Ah, people with translucent skin and purple eyes. Don't forget the super blonde hair. Practically white. Yeah, when I say translucent skin, it was described that you could see their veins. You know, I don't think I realized how said I'm gonna finish this, and I am. Because I didn't realize the time commitment I was setting myself up for. That's right. You're right, I didn't say it. You couldn't have possibly known. Just don't forget the practically white hair. Maybe you should just listen to the book. There could always be more fans for Gregor the Underland. The audiobooks are pretty good. It's like one of the things that my family would listen to on long car rides. I think one of the trips was going up north to go skiing. I'm making my fish help me make with you. How is your fish helping you compose music? I guess I shouldn't be too surprised, because I saw one YouTuber somehow manage to rig it so his fish would essentially he gave his fish free reign over his credit card, and somehow that became a bad thing, and I don't know how I was concerned. Like, what if the fish buys something you can't use? What are you gonna do with it? Green Ember on the car rides as a kid. Well, now I'm looking that up. What is Green Ember? Chip down! Wait a second! Wait, sword fighting rabbits? Ah! That sounds cool! I'm putting that on my to read books. I'm gonna set that as a note. Note for myself. I have a notes document for all of the books that I want to read at some point. So I'll add that to the note. Green Ember, S.D. Smith. Excuse me. Thank you for the book recommendation. I will take a look into that. Yeah, some other books I have on my list is Dear Genius, Laziness Doesn't Exist, Ella Minnow P, A Little Life, A Thousand Splendid Suns. I have that one currently, finally. It took me months to get that one from Libby, but finally I have that one to listen to, so I'm probably gonna listen to that tomorrow while I'm working on the animatic. And The Art of Language Invention, From Horse Lords to Dark Elves to Sandworms, The Worlds Beyond World Building. Butter by Asioko, and now Green Ember. Currently, I'm reading Mosquito Land. That one's about a girl who her parents got divorced and she was living with her father, and father didn't tell her anything like that her mother was sick, and we're not even sure what kind of sickness the mother has. I'm thinking it's cancer. I'm just guessing because that's usually the MO with character gets sick and it's concerning. So I'm thinking it's cancer, but that's not confirmed. And now she's going on a road trip across country, across America, to go be with her mom because her dad's pissing her off. We're in the juicy part of the book in the sense that she decided that she's gonna stop riding the bus and she's gonna start hitchhiking because she has this guy who's being an absolute creep. This girl's 16 years old, and he's like, "Oh my gosh, you're the most beautiful thing," and tried to make out with her in the bathroom. Thankfully, she has a gag reflex problem and threw up in his mouth. That was a good moment. But yeah, she decided that he's following her, he's stalking her, and she decided that she needs to shake him loose, so she's gonna start hitchhiking. And I'm concerned, cause maybe the statistics on hitchhiking are wrong and it's actually fine, but I don't know. Young girl, maybe 16. I wasn't told her exact age, but yes, exactly. That was my exact thought process as I was reading the book. I'm taking annotations of it for my sibling because I'm gonna give them the book after I finish annotating it. But yeah, I was just like, what the heck? So understandable that 16-year-old child decides, oh yeah, someone's following me and I don't like that, so I'm gonna go start hitchhiking to try and shake this guy. But I feel like you already have a stalker problem, so you should probably not leave the bus. She probably shouldn't leave the bus, and then she should in fact make friends with the mother-daughter couple on the bus and say, "Hey, this guy's following me as I'm traveling to go see my mom. I don't want to be alone right now." They would eat that up. Come on. But she's a teenager, so I understand she's gonna make some silly decisions because that's what drives the plot. But come on. Come on. Oh, oh, she is not making smart decisions right now. I need to pull up character because I feel like I'm coloring her Lena wrong. Like yeah, this yellow is too yellow. It needs to be a bit more orange. Yeah, I understand though. The character's not perfect, and that's what makes the story interesting. It was very silly. At one point in the book, she. I could. This book is crazy. Like, first 100 pages, the bus she rides on crashes, and one of the characters she got attached to died. So after that, she decided to give herself a haircut, and I completely I knew the moment that she started talking about it, talking about change, needing change. I'm like, that's the sound of a person who's about to give themselves a haircut. Next chapter, gives herself a haircut. Knew it. Called it. Guessed it. It's very satisfying when that happens. I would have finished this book a lot quicker if I wasn't annotating it. Because I think that's the reason why I haven't picked it up in a while, despite it being so interesting. It's just, I was not dreading, but certainly building up the task of annotating in my head. You missed me ranting about books and is it bad that I laugh at death in books and movies? I I guess it depends. Sometimes when something serious is happening in a movie, but they're not doing it properly, I start laughing. I don't think it's necessarily a bad sign. It might just be the media's not, they themselves aren't taking things seriously. Like, I definitely laugh when char- when characters in horror movies die because oh my gosh, why did you do that? That seems so silly. Like I would probably make those same mistakes, but I'm looking at the outside and I'm judging you and oh my gosh, why did you run there? I feel like A Thousand Splendid Suns is gonna emotionally mess me up though, because I was told it was a heart wrenching story. I was like specifically looking for heart gut wrenching stories. So I guess we will see after I listen to it. I've been told by my family because they suspend my disbelief, and my favorite part is not doing that and looking at all the plot holes instead. That is fair. That is fair. I do that occasionally too. Like, we were watching the Barbie movies. I know it's not the perfect example, but we were watching the Barbie movies, and it felt like literally every second I was going, what the heck? Why is that there? What is that polar bear? Seriously, get that polar bear out of my face. Yeah. Like, Barbie movies are supposed to be fun and whimsical, whatnot. I'm questioning why heck half of the things are happening. Thankfully, my roommates found that more amusing than anything else. Okay, so girl behind her, I think needs to have like really light brown hair, or else it's gonna just get lost in Lena's. We don't want that. Use Lena's hair as a reference and then immediately lighten up. It's a bit too light. There we go. That's good. Did you enjoy Wildlife? I did finish reading that book, yes. There was some portions that I was just I got like taken out of the story for a hot second there because they start talking about the winter and how they brought the turtle into one of the huts, and I was like, why did you bring him in? Why was he introduced? He should have been hibernating. He shouldn't have been awake. Why was he there? But yeah, overall I did enjoy the story. Now I need to go watch the animated movie to see how they changed it. Though I'm curious if they combined book 1 and book 2. I didn't read book 2. I don't have book 2. So hopefully they didn't combine them. I feel like she would have more fun paints than that. There we go. There's the fun we were looking for. Red. We're so close to filling in the characters. I might need to do some color correction because some of them aren't quite on model. Oh! Watched it. I haven't finished it yet because Christmas was kind of crazy and I was in the height of my reading binge, so I didn't get over to it. But I am planning on watching it soon. So I'll let you know next stream what I think of it. I was like thinking to myself, how did they know I just finished? Thank you. I was wondering to myself, how did they know I read that book? I must have mentioned it last time or something. Nope. You were talking about something completely different. For my sibling, their Christmas present, I bound them a book. They had like a couple fanfics that they really enjoyed, but the creator took them off the platform because they were getting cyberbullied, which rude. So there was AO3, you can just download everything. And so someone had downloaded the story, so my sibling got a hold of it. So then they sent it to me, and I was like, oh, perfect. Now I can print this and bind it into a book for your reading pleasure, because I know how much you like rereading your books. So now you can just reread it in the comforts of your beanbag. Not that you couldn't do it on your phone anyway. But this is more fun. didn't think it would, like, it went together pretty nicely. The only thing I would have changed about how that turned out was my gluing process. I think that's... Sewing together the text block went great. I even got the paper, like I made my own hardcover for it, and the paper covering for that turned out really good. But when I glued the text block in, I didn't do it properly, so that it doesn't open up exactly how it's supposed to. Do you believe in the author's curse in AO3? Absolutely. I don't write too much on AO3, but I wrote a little bit, and I proceeded to have the worst year. The worst year. I didn't even update that often, but 2024 was a really cursed year. I won't go into all the details, but things went down, and it was an interesting time. I wish things were less exciting that year. That would have been great. The universe really said, you guys look like you're having a really great time. Things are going really well for you. Let me just fix that. Beanbags make everything fun. True. That's a good point. My dad was like listening to a video today, and one of the news, I don't know if it was like the news or just like a news person, but they said they like taking their beanbag outside to just watch this, go stargazing. It's like, wait, you're taking your beanbag outside? I didn't realize we did that. Finding the flaws in my coloring again. Where else? There was somewhere else that I missed. Got any life advice on that muffled theme song? Some of these characters are not looking on model for color-wise. Lena, you're looking a little bit too saturated. On the crazy year? Are you genuinely asking for life advice? Because I can give you life advice. If that's what you're looking for. Okay. Because I do have genuine life advice if you need it. But if you don't want it, that's fine. I've given plenty of life advice today. Sometimes you just need to mull it over. Let's get this a bit more on model. That's too much. Little itty bitty things. How's that looking? Wow, my stream is not a good. It's so close. Oh, good. Excellent. Oh, I think, yeah, you did. Got to comment on that. Yes, you did finish your piece about the rain. It was good. 8 pages for the duet. Terrifying. I was looking at that and thinking I could play certain sections of it. But yeah, that's a really long duet. Yes, I'm going to add the menu on the chalkboard. I just figured I could work on the characters first and then move over there. See, my problem is I'm trying to edit Lena so she's a little bit more on model with, I think Lena's actually on model with color. I think it's just the goth teen who's a little bit off. I think she has more peachy tones rather than, maybe, I don't know. My tablet does not have correct coloring. So I'll edit the colors on the tablet and the tablet colors will look correct. But then I look at my computer screen and go, that's not right. That doesn't look right. So then she'll look too pale on my tablet screen. And then the correct color. Nope. Nope. I think that's right. Maybe. Hopefully. How would I describe my art style? I would describe it as very cartoonish, fun, and playful. I think that's how I'd describe my art style. I'm not overly concerned with making my art too realistic, but I do like making sure I take real life into account when I make my work, in the sense of I like mimicking real life so that when I create my stuff, it's believable. Not realistic, but believable. That's an important thing to achieve. If you make your piece shorter, maybe I'll learn it. Not sure how good I'd be at playing one of your pieces on my violin, because I haven't really played a little bit, but not that much. But I could attempt. Dang it, ran into it again. Too dark. Other way. cartoons make the coins golden just for the whimsy of it. Because most coins are, actually, pretty much all coins are gray. Oh, yeah, I play the violin. I thought it would be like a fun instrument to play, so I asked my parents 3rd or 4th grade to learn, and they hired a high school student to tutor me, which probably wasn't the best teacher I could have gotten, because I don't know if she gave me the best habits for playing, but I enjoy it. Just have been rather busy, so I haven't had a chance to do it in a while. Or at least I've made time for it. Some of your piano stuff is possible on the violin, not the higher stuff. And not the stuff that I would be playing 2 different notes at once, but there's certain sections of your piano pieces that I could definitely play on my violin. Okay. Color the skirt, color the ice cream on the inside of this chalkboard. And I also need to figure out the lighting. Finish this. I really want to finish this. I keep saying I'm gonna finish it. I'm going to finish it. Stretch out my hand real quick. What made you want to learn the violin? I don't know. I listened to songs of it, and I would hear them play, and I just thought it was so cool. I think one of the people that I was listening to, she's like the pop star of violins. Why can't I think of it? You know her. Lindsay Sterling. There we go. That's correct, right? I need to check that real fast. Pretty sure that's correct. Yes, Lindsay Sterling. I like watched a bunch of performances that she made, and oh my gosh, so cool. Very cool. Very cool person. So then I was like, I want to be able to do that too, or at least I want to be able to play. So she inspired me to play, I'm pretty sure. Or at least while I was playing, she like certainly made the violin a lot more appealing. I do wish I pushed for it more in 8th grade, because I did want to switch instruments over to the cello. Because, dang, have you listened to a cello? That thing is beautiful. I wanted to switch, and I just didn't. And I still want to learn how to play the cello, but I haven't really had an opportunity to. Technically, I think if I were able to find a used cello for not too expensive, I could figure out how to play it, because I do have at least some basis in a string instrument. So it's not like I would be starting from nothing. But also, I already don't play my violin, so I probably don't need to buy another instrument. And I don't know the language, because they have a whole different reading language for. I know treble clef, but I'm pretty sure it's bass clef for cellos, and I don't know that one. How striking. You could definitely learn the French horn. My sister started in the trumpet, and then she started playing the French horn, and I'm pretty sure the transition was pretty easy, so you could definitely handle it. I'm trying to remember what lighting situation I wanted to go for this piece. And I'm sure I could get my sibling to teach me how to do bass clef too, because they play the string bass. Big boy. So, it's not like I'm lacking teaching materials, it's just... I think I just need to focus on my violin before I add another instrument into the mix. Though, out of curiosity, how much do used cellos go for? Well, they range anywhere from $249 to $2,000. Wow. Are we pre-owned? I'm pretty sure you could buy a cello at that same amount. Maybe. Yeah, I think I just need to dedicate time. I'm not rich. I don't know why. Who told you these lies? I am not rich, Corbin. I've been saving money because I've been living with my parents, but that doesn't necessarily make me rich. 1 year of living with myself, by myself in my own apartment, I would run through any savings I have. I'm not rich. You know, stop telling the people lies. You know I'm 5 foot nothing. You know this. You know this. Back to it. Make these wild claims like I'm just rolling around in money. But I have to make good financial decisions or else I won't have the quote-unquote rolling around in money. That's just how it is. I only have money because I don't spend the money. If I spent the money, I would no longer have it. You couldn't claim I was rich, because I'm not. I have to be careful you don't step on me when I'm 3 states away. Sounds like someone who's filthy rich. No! See, I will not deny that I have it very lucky with where I am at and the position that my parents were able to afford to get me. But that does not make me rich. It makes me, yes, in a good position to get myself in a comfortable place in life, but that does not make me rich. I am not rich. I think I'm good at saving money until I walk into a Lego/craft store. Completely fair. Those things look so enticing. I don't buy a whole bunch of Lego sets things, but they do make a very appealing They're a big company for a reason. They are appealing. What colors? I didn't even draw her with shoes. I guess I'll just have to make up what shoe color she has then. You know, those sprinkles. I colored in those sprinkles and it's completely being covered up by the characters. I spent a good 5 minutes coloring in those sprinkles and it doesn't even matter. I'm good at saving money until there's something I can afford and that is in front of me. Yeah, I have to be careful with Switch games, because, yeah, technically I could afford to buy a Switch game, and I got some Christmas money to do so. But also, I don't necessarily need to buy a new Switch game, because I already got technically 4 new Switch games in the past month, so I should work on those ones instead of buying new ones. That would be the smart thing to do. Play the games you already got. The other games are going to just be there. You don't necessarily need to buy them right away. You can get them later. This is what I tell myself. What are you saying dang to? I'm stretching, by the way. That's why no progress is being visibly made. What if they're not there? What if? What if? It's Nintendo. I think splurge. One of them was $20. Two of them were Christmas gifts. And then maybe I just got 3. Which ones did I get? One was technically 2 games, so I bought that one, and that was like $25. And then the other 2 I got were Christmas gifts, so technically I didn't buy those. Much for a game? I could have spent $60. That's the usual price of Switch games. $20 was a deal. Free is pushing it? I'm sorry. What? What do you mean pushing it? It's free. What do you mean it's pushing it? Though, see, I'm just making smart financial decisions. Sounds like someone filthy rich. Believe whatever you space. Is it not free because of the storage space? I understand. Not everyone can have 3 terabytes of data on their computer. $60 on one game is crazy. It kinda is. And yet, I'm already contemplating spending $60. Well, I'm not going to because I know it's going to go on sale. But I was looking at a new game for me and Hayden to play. And I'm thinking, I wanted it. See, there's this game called Red Dead Computer? Computer? Computer. You have a computer. You play Minecraft on the computer. I don't want to hear you talk about my computer. My computer's for work. And other things that delight me, but mostly work. This is my work computer. And my Minecraft computer. I got a graphics card for a reason. I'm gonna use it. But uh, this was my. I'm out of college now. I got some graduation money. I'm going to buy myself a nice desktop computer that can run all of my art programs because I was starting to run into issues with my MacBook. Part of the reason why, because I had him for 4 years, but just needed something more powerful. That's what I got. A more powerful computer to do all of my powerful computer things. Which is apparently rich person behavior. Okay. I called it an investment for the future. To pull up Lena again so I can get her various moles. Moles, freckles. There's something. That is too big. I need to get more RAM. Buying more RAM is surprisingly cheap and easy to do. I say surprisingly cheap. I don't know. Maybe you would consider it too expensive if you were to look at it. But just bought my computer and updated the RAM, and it was great. Very happy with my RAM upgrade. I have 64 gigabytes of RAM. How do I make such scrumptious art? So see, I have a collection of sketchbooks. I'm currently on sketchbook 50. And if you fill out 50 sketchbooks, you too can have yummy, scrumptious art. But don't worry, I was making yummy, scrumptious art by, like, I don't know, sketchbook 25? So you only have to do half that amount. You don't have to do the whole amount. in all seriousness though, just having some sort of like dedication towards it and having an idea of where you want to go for your sketchbooks will help immensely. Like every time I start a sketchbook, I make a goal page of things I want to practice. That is the eraser. That is not. It's not the brush. Okay. Yeah, so I start with some goals that I want to achieve. And those are the things I practice. So those are the things I get better at. It does help to go to school, but it's not necessary for getting better. There's plenty of people who haven't gone to school and make yummy, scrumptious art. And there's some people who go to school and don't make that great of art. It's all about how you frame your approach and the attitude that you bring into it. just because, like, some people who went to the art school that I went to, just like, I don't know, they just, mentally, I don't think they were really there in terms of improvement. They were there physically, they just weren't there mentally. Like, some of them, they just needed, they hadn't hit their focus moment. A lot of people hit their stride in junior year and they got like an art boost, a bump. Like they just suddenly something clicked in their brain, and junior years when they just start being cracked at art. But some people didn't hit that stride, and I don't know if it was just the school wasn't hitting for them or they just had a different mentality, but yeah, some of them, art school didn't really help them all that much. I've already improved so much since you critiqued that Spider-Man art. Oh, great! I'm so glad that was helpful. Yeah, sometimes it's helpful too to get outside of your head and have someone else look at it, which is part of the reason why art school is very good for a lot of people, because it like puts you in an environment where a lot of people, where everyone is working on improving their artwork, so it's very easy to get into the flow in the environment of improving, which is why it helps a lot of people. It's good that you found that flow for yourself, because that's much less expensive than the other way. Like, wondering why this piece is taking me a lot longer than some of the other pieces that I've worked on. But I know the reason. Because I'm putting a lot of tiny details in this. There's a lot of characters. I put a lot of thought into it. It's understandable that it's taking me a little bit longer than the other. I say a little bit longer. Usually my full-on illustrations take me about 5 hours to do. Based on the amount of streams that we've covered on this, it's probably taking me closer to like 10 hours to do. 10, 15 hours? Yeah, there's a lot going on. Excuse me. As a reminder, I had ginger beer earlier, which is carbonated. If you're wondering why I've been burping so much, that is why. Dang it. I really want to finish this one today, but I don't know if I can. Getting so close. So close. I'm thinking of all the other steps that I need to take, and I'm not sure I can complete this in a good amount of time. Ah! We could do something else for a little bit though. Here, let's minus want. Let's do some lighting work. I know I have some other details to work on. We need something else. Yeah, you can ask me for another art tip. Feel free. I love helping people out with their art. I find it really satisfying. So ask away. My brother has invaded my room playing my piano and his guitar at the same time and won't leave. Help. I'm not sure how much I can help you there, buddy, but, yeah, that sounds a little bit chaotic. At 10, like, almost 11 for you. Is he not bugging you, the other members of your family? What? He had school tomorrow as, yeah, sounds like he's just making decisions, and you can't do anything to stop him. Well, I mean, you could try and physically throw him out of your room. That is an option. That's fair, but were you playing your piano through your headphones or out loud? Because that is an important distinction. So I had this concept in my head for a month, and every time I try and execute it, it looks like complete garbage. I've looked at references, but none of them are quite right. Concept. I know that whenever an idea isn't quite working for me, there are several things I'll try and do to get it to work. And there's different ways you could go about it. You could just continuously sketch the thing that you're trying to try and get it right. But sometimes that's not working. So at that point, I would either, like you said, try and find some references. And what you can do is you can try and build your reference image. Like, you can try and compose your image off of reference images, like kind of roughly Photoshop them together to build the illustration that you want, or the art piece. Another thing you can do is you can take a break from the concept, because sometimes the concept isn't working and you need a little break. and then get back over to it. Like, don't leave it too long because you don't want to forget about it. But sometimes letting it sit for a day or two can help your brain just unconsciously think up of some solutions for the piece that you're working on. And if you give it a little bit of a break, you can come back to it refreshed. Or if it's still not coming together, you can work on a different piece for a while, because sometimes maybe you just need to practice an aspect of the piece. Like, for example, one of the projects I'm working on has me illustrating cars. And I'm not the best at illustrating cars, so I needed to practice that. So before I got into the actual illustrations, I did some practice ones to get an idea of how I wanted to approach it. Now, you can't let yourself stay too long in practice mode, because that can also be a bit of a thing that's stopping you from working on the project. I guess the biggest thing for me is just don't let the idea of it being garbage stop you from making the piece. I assume you want to work on it. So sometimes even just working on it and then retrying it later, at a later time, like revisiting the idea, can work better. Does that help at all? Great. I'm glad that's helpful. You can always comment on one of my community posts if you're stuck on something, and I can try and answer it in that moment, or I can try and answer it in a live stream later on, or you can just wait for the live stream. Either way, feel free to ask me questions. I am here to help. So for an anime style, a style I want to get good at for my own webtoons, while the drawings still suck, they are better with each one I do. So just keep at it. Yeah, just keep at it. If this art piece doesn't work out, the next one will. Or at least, if that one doesn't, eventually one of them will. And then you'll have the skill to move back to the previous project and try it again. Urban, you are trying to be a professional musician for a living. That is the definition of some sort of artist. I understand we're in context talking about illustration and art as in a drawing, but you are an artist. You can't deny that. Dang, Corbin, how does it feel to be 20? You so old. You feel so old now. It's okay. Just your baby cousins aren't making fun of you for being old. One time we were in the... I took them to the park and I was playing with them. Like, I was like running around the play structures with them. I was chasing them. I went on this little zip line thing with them. Just generally playing with them in a very involved manner. And then while we were waiting in line for the zip line thing, of which I was riding, they just decided to start calling me old. They're like, your glasses, old. Your dress, old. Your hair, old. I'm like, what do you mean it's old? They're like, it's white. I'm like, it's blonde. What do you mean? Old. Just making fun of me. Your brother's friends have, like, barely any leg to stand on. I'm sorry. They're calling you old? They're gonna be there in, like, 2 years. 20 is, like, if you read any media where, like, someone joins the military and they're, like, 21, they're considered babies. But then the actual babies over here are, like, looking at the 21-year-old and being like, you're old. I'm sorry, what? When did we let children start dictating how old people are? They are terrible. So terrible. They were so bad at ages. 11-year-olds think 18-year-olds have things figured out. I'm sorry. You're not allowed to dictate who's old or not. Yeah, you're not even allowed to drink alcohol yet, and they're calling you old. I'm sorry. What? I took it all in stride though, and I was like, oh no, I'm so old. I can just drive a car wherever I want. Of which I took you to the park. I and you're complaining. You're calling me old. Didn't have to take you here. I could have forced you to ride your bike again. Biting the hand that feeds them, I swear. I think the problem is all of the children's their idols, the people that they look up to are the same age as them. Like they follow YouTube accounts, and the people who are making content for them are the same age. So then people get called old when they're not the same age as them. Or at least that's my theory. All right, are you ready for the magic? I agree. Minecraft is a sure a lot of kids play it, but it's a sandbox game for a reason, gosh dang it. That means you can do whatever you want in it. There was one guy in the Hermitcraft server who was like 60, 70 something. Can't remember his exact age, but he was definitely actually old. Hey, it's okay, Corbin. I spent like 50 hours last week reading. Well, 52. I think it was 50. It was a decent amount. What? Oh, fun! So, yeah. If you find the beginning stages of Minecraft fun, like, just keep playing the beginning stages then. If that's what you find is fun, then, like, no need to force yourself to continue playing into late game. This is the point. It's a sandbox game. You can do whatever you like. Oh, okay, yeah, I can look at that later. I can look into our shared Google Drive, our shared Google Doc. Glad you're making use of it. I started that thing to encourage you to start writing again, so I'm glad that it's working. Yeah, but now I have like the maximum limit of worlds at all times. See, I think you either need to choose one or the other. Be precious over the worlds that you start, or just start indiscriminately deleting them. You know, once I finish this thing, I think it's gonna be like one of my, at least for a little bit, it will be one of my favorite illustrations. Because I'm already loving it so much. Oh, this is so good. One thing about Hermitcraft, the beginning stage is non-existent. Yeah, they probably rushed through that one pretty quickly just because they've done the beginning stage so many times that they probably don't find it as interesting as anymore. My list is pretty much the same as yours, Ruth. I think the only one I would switch out, Pearl is funny, I just haven't watched a lot of her, so I couldn't call her my favorite, even though I do enjoy her whenever she pops up. I definitely like watching Joel. He he does a fantastic job at his edits. It's so silly. He embodies the energy I wish to have at all times, which is to just be a silly little guy. I don't necessarily bully people the same way, but he definitely puts a lot of high effort into his intros, and I enjoy that greatly. I'm stretching again, because I want to finish this thing, but that means I need to make sure my hand doesn't hurt. Ugh. The thing I'm gonna do is draw that funny little line. You'll get what I mean in a second. It's probably not the correct way to describe that, but those are the words I'm using. Alright. I know what I want to add. It's just not... Need something subtler. A little bit more... There we go. That's better. So glad I pivoted over to doing lighting effects, because lighting effects are a lot of fun. I needed a little bit more energy. I'll probably need to blend this out a bit, but I needed a bit more energy for working on this piece. So I'm glad we pivoted. Okay, then we'll blend this out. I heard a theory that Mumbo doesn't have his skin saved on his computer. He just finds one on the internet that's approximately what he needs. So then maybe it's slightly different occasionally. I don't know how true that is, because Mojang does save your skins that you upload. But it is a silly theory. Green is a fish and Mumbo is an old man. Mumbo was the youngest on the server at one point. That's so funny. Just has so much old man energy, I guess. Mumbo was the youngest and then Jem came along. And the dark circles under his eyes. You'd think he's up to something. He probably is. What a guy. creating lore. We're getting close. I can tell. What do you mean 3 hours ago? 3 hours ago, the characters didn't have color. Also, I need to add the sprinkles to the girl's hair. I haven't done that yet. And I need to write down I need to have stuff on the chalkboard back there. You know, the funny bit is people have such a small attention span that they thought the snail bit was done for a second there. How wrong they were. They were just getting started. I'm sorry. They just needed a chance to have it rev up a bit. Exactly do you get it to look like a chalkboard? I'm going to use a textured brush and give it some distress, I think. Gotta stress out the chalkboard. Use a chalk brush. It's essentially the idea. Just thinking about using the charcoal brush, but that works too. Okay, we're gonna do one of my favorite things, which is to start covering up the line art. It really helps the light pop when there's nothing between it. It's we're gonna start covering that up a bit. Exactly. He was so committed to the fishing lore that you would think they would have known that he wasn't over. He was just getting started. Is the music just really quiet right now? We're at the, like, very quiet portion of the end. That's what the music is called. Fitting, I guess. Light. Pizzazz. Very happy with how this is going. Oh, the music's back. Fantastic. I get the chance, I'll do a little flip by flip comparison so you can see the effect that drawing over the line art makes. And I think you'll be appropriately impressed with the results. I think we do need to add the sprinkle bits into her hair. Some green. And pink. I'm just too pretty for this world. Corbin, you remember the first rule, right? It's a very important one. First rule. There's 4 of them. The first one is don't die. Just don't. You said you're too pretty for this world. That implies that you don't need to be part of this world. So, don't die. The world can handle it. It can get over itself. Alright, I'm keeping my eye on you. I think I covered up all the lines that I want. Maybe. You're very close. Not quite there. Okay. And here is the difference with and without the line draw. It adds so much life. Okay, I think we just need to draw on the chalkboard and we should be good. It is 12:26 for me. Give me a flavor of the day. Something, maybe lavender lemonade? That's pretty good. Oh my gosh. I do like mango juice. Mango ice cream is pretty good. And I think that's the finished illustration right there. Ah, I really like how that turned out. Oh, this turned out so good. I'm so glad we finished it. It took us, what, 4 hours? But we did it. A cheese flavor? I think you're gonna have to pay me a lot to make a cheese flavor, because what the heck is that ice cream flavor? Ugh. Well, I am happy. I am fulfilled. This turned out so good. I am so glad I stuck it out to finish it. You guys can just keep naming flavors now? What's... Mango ice cream's pretty high up there. That one's pretty good. I think my favorite one is White Russian Latte. That one's so tasty. It tastes like tiramisu. And there's a ice cream shop around here that sells it, and so good. That's a good flavor. Hopefully you're not eating the ground beef with the ice cream, because that sounds a little concerning. Hey, well, it has been a very long stream, and I am glad you guys stuck it out for so long. I am ready to head off to bed. Well, I hope you guys have a good rest of your night or day, depending on where you are, and I will see you guys next time. Alright, bye!